And we're live.
Oh my God.
Huh?
We're live. Amazing.
Yeah, and our viewer count is at 0.
Yeah,
Sometimes
that tracks.
that's huh?
That tracks.
It's a lovely Saturday afternoon in fall.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes it says 0 when there are actually people here. And I'll have people in the like 2 or 3 people making comments like, I'm here, and it'll be like still says 0, so whatever. Whatever, StreamYard or whatever. So I am Sock Marionette on my bargain counter argument channel. I am a middle-aged lady in a tiara talking about books with
Hi all. I'm Violet Cat. I am a young black person with a headband. My channel is my name. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I am not black.
Really? I hadn't noticed.
Yeah. My sister-in-law, who is African American, when she's married to my sister, and after she met me and my mom for the first time, after we left, she turned to my sister and apparently said, I owe you an apology. And my sister goes, what? I thought it went well. And my sister-in-law said, yes, but up until now, I thought you were the whitest woman in America. But now that I've met those two, it's true. It's true. I mean, you can tell that I'm sculpted out of mayonnaise and Wonder Bread. Stormy is here. Hi, Stormy.
Hi.
How's it going? I'm acting like she's going to just tell me. How are you doing, Violet?
I'm doing pretty well. You know, a lot happened in the world this week, which was
I know.
Yeah, that was wild.
I read that. When I read that, I just like saw something about people like praying on the Senate floor for somebody or the House floor for somebody, and I was like, what happened? And I'm like, oh, he must have been in an accident. I hope he's, not. And then when I read what had actually happened, I was like, oh,
wild.
No, this is not how we solve our disagreements and problems.
I would agree. Yeah, we can't, can we not? This is the second time this year, and I'm like, too many. Too many. No.
And I'm like thinking, oh, and in front of his little kids. Yeah, I'm like, that's awful. But there's no good way for something like that to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's been wild.
It's just horrible. Well, now that we've brought everybody down, and people are like, oh no, they're talking about violent current events and political stuff. We better bail. Maybe we should think about something a little more cheerful.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of reading, I've gotten a lot done for the fall reading challenge. Yeah.
Well, Stormy's like, oh, good, just watching TV to distract from the world, and
I'm so glad we distracted
it to you. Huh?
I'm glad we distracted you, Stormy, from all the nonsense.
No more of that. No more current events.
Yeah. Blot it out. So that's been going pretty well. Of course, none of those books I own physically, so those are not the ones I will be showcasing today. But been reading a lot of novellas.
Yeah, well, I finally got my act together and kind of assessed the books I've already read in September, because I had some great titles that would have worked awesomely for this challenge, but I read them in August, so nuts to me. Anyway, so I finally logged them yesterday after I did a live stream yesterday, and B was here for a while and Terry was here for a while, and I did this live stream, and then afterward I finally logged them, and I had, I think, 5, because I got onto the what is that first tier of the honor roll?
The easy board.
Yeah, and I submitted another one this afternoon. Oh, by the way, I am coming to you all from a beautiful downtown my sitting room, which is where the food tree is located. So if anybody's hungry, Gwen, she says, hi ladies, I'm a middle-aged lady in a bun. Well, I too have bun. I'm telling you, When you experience heat the way I experience heat, bun comes in clutch. Stacy's here. Hi, Stacy. I was just saying that I am in my sitting room and I'm next to the food tree. So if anybody's hungry, we've got a sushi platter. Down here we have, oh, here. I think I'll have to take this off. I have an ornament that is a charcuterie board.
Oh, that's cute.
And it's got fruit, it's got cheese, it's got more fruit, more cheese, it's got some, I don't know what that stuff is. I think it's jicama, green jicama. I have, for that late summer fall bonfire snack ambiance, what is going on? S'more. Except some wise guy personalized it. So it's got a little face and little arms.
Oh, he's cute.
So that you can feel its pain. It's like gingerbread folk, only, you know, s'mores folk. I got a pear. I got some chips. No, little candy. So yeah, that's the food tree.
Amazing.
Yeah, I'll have to I'll have to show it off, like if your mom shows up. So Gwen says she wants some of the grapes. Yes, the grapes are delicious. I have a little stand. Oh no, that's a coffee machine. I have a coffee machine back there. Yum, those are cool, says Stacy. Wyoming is here. Barkity, barkity. Barkity.
What's this friend's name?
Huh?
What's this friend's name?
This is Joni Joan, the dog with Joan in her name. It's a nickname. And she has a bunny in her pocket. That is Inga Bun. And Joan, as you can see, is dressed very practically. Mm-hmm. Joan really enjoys construction and related projects. She's a handy dog. I think there's some pictures of her sitting on some earth moving equipment. I'll have to see if I can find those. So anyway, so we're here today to talk about books and reading. Wyoming, yesterday during the sprint, she had an interesting question that we had a good time discussing, but she was also having some connectivity issues or something where she couldn't answer her own question. So we're going to come back to that. Oh, and somebody else has something to say. Wyoming says, I love that you bring all the little stuffed animals every week, Sock. Well, Barkity. These are like specifically the dogs, because Wyoming has her dog, Silly, who is an actual dog, like a real dog and not a stuffy. So I always want to have some dogs or cats or something. And Gwen, I have a couple. Gwen is, you can tell by Gwen's avatar that she likes Boynton, Sandra Boynton. And I have a couple of stuffed animals that were designed by Sandra Boynton. So I bring those too, but they're in the other room because I am in beautiful downtown my sitting room. So I don't know if you've ever had a chance to participate in any of my sprinting live streams as opposed to Book Talk with Sock, because I know you've been to a couple. So. Yeah, I mean, they're on at a weird time of day for some people, because some people are able to join me from work, but others aren't. You know, that's fine. Of course, I'm happy when anybody joins me, and I think some people watch them back later. If that's you, hi from the past. Anyway, so what I usually do is the first sprint is 10 minutes, and Nicole started calling it 10 minutes of yuck, because that's kind of what it is for. It is to just like do something that you don't really want to spend a lot of time doing. And it's just like, okay, 10 minutes, just, you know, clean the bathroom floor, make phone calls, anything that you've been kind of putting off and you don't really want to do for more than 10 minutes and you don't need to do for more than 10 minutes. It's just kind of like, kind of push through those 10 minutes of yuck and then come back and have fun.
Gotcha.
That's what I do. So if then after that, then we can have some more chit chat. I can ask Wyoming's question, and then we can do longer sprints for maybe people have a longer project they need to do. Maybe they'll actually be reading. Maybe they want to take a nap.
Mm-hmm.
you know. So I'm going to just stick with that format, even though this is not midweek motivation.
That's fine.
So I have some books to organize. I got a thing. I went to a library sale. Shocker. Last weekend. I didn't go this weekend. There was one I could have gone to, but I decided not to. And I went to a couple actually. And one I went to in Glastonbury, Connecticut, which is a lovely town here in Connecticut. And they were also congruent with that. They were having a townwide tag sale. And
Mm-hmm.
I picked up a tray table. And let's see if I can show it to you. Oops, the computer just came unplugged.
Oh, nice.
And it is actually on I can't really show it because too much stuff, but it's on a very nice wood collapsible frame. So it's a
Mm-hmm.
tray table. It's fairly low to the ground. Oh, I thought I could reach the cord for the computer, but it's just where I can't quite get to it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's covered with books that I picked up recently and that I need to find homes for, and some books that the book I finished yesterday. It was what I was reading during the sprints yesterday, and I finished it. And that is A Monster in My Closet by R.L. Naquin from 2012. And this is 270 pages long, I think. And it's the start of a series, Monster Haven. And I ended up tagging this for one of the love interest of the main character. Is not really a love story yet because he was barely in this one. I think the relationship is developed in subsequent books. He's
Mm-hmm.
a reaper.
Oh, Grim Reaper.
Well, as he likes to put it, he says, I don't think of myself as being grim. I'm a you know, he says, if you gave me a scythe, I wouldn't even know which end of it goes up. Anyway, so he's a Grim Reaper. So I was going to use it for favorite monster because I don't think
Mm-hmm.
there's a Reaper option on the boards, but I do like Reaper stories. And then I was like, well, he's not really a main character in this book. I mean, he's the love interest, but there are other characters that spend a lot more time on page than he does. So I decided to use this for Small Town because it takes place. She lives in Bolinas, California, and works in Sausalito, California. And those are both in Marin County. And it
Mm-hmm.
used to be before GPS and so on that Bolinas, the townspeople of Bolinas, which is a coastal town, used to go out and like steal the road signs and so on so people wouldn't be able to find Bolinas. So this takes place, of course, more recently, but those are both small towns. So I chose that for it. And I think today I'm going to be reading one of these two, but first 10 minutes of yuck. And then when I come back, we can talk about what we've read already that fulfills the various prompts. How does that sound?
Cool. Sounds great.
Okay, so that's going to be 10 minutes of yuck, which will take us to 23 minutes past the hour. Nice even number there. And I'm going to go find homes for those books.
All right, cool.
And I always put in, let's see if I have it. Okay, I always put in a link to the classic rock station I listen to while I do stuff. I mean, not during reading sprints. I don't listen to it during reading sprints. But if people want to listen along, because sometimes you will see me rocking out, and if you're curious as to what I'm actually rocking out to. So we are sprinting until... Okay, now it's 24 minutes past because I did go on, didn't I? And here's the link for the station, the River 105.9, variety from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And there we go, and I'll see you in 10 minutes.
All right.
Okay, it's been 10 minutes and now we're back.
Woo.
I got my books organized. I did do some yuck earlier today. We have this yuck that we prepared earlier. I did some stuff in the bathroom. I did the floor in the tub, which was like really direly needed it. But I got some books organized. I got that stuff put away. And now that we're all back, here's the question Wyoming was asking yesterday. She wanted to know how old people were when they learned to read, how did they learn to read, and what contributed to their love of books and reading. So it was when we were answering this question, I mean, people in the comments were answering as well, but it was me, B, and Terry were all on screen. And it was all like, well, we don't really remember learning to read. We just kind of started. So I don't know if you have any.
Yeah, I don't know. I would imagine probably around like 5 or 6. Okay. I don't know. Like my parents read to us a lot. And I know we would like go to the library all the time and stuff. But I don't entirely remember when like they stopped reading predominantly to me versus when I started reading for myself, you know? Yeah. In terms of when I started to love reading, again, sort of a similar thing. Like they read to us all the time, and then I could read for myself, and I read pretty voraciously. So, yeah, I did have like a time, I think, so I think I said this like last time I was here, but me and my sister were both homeschooled through 9th grade, and then we went to high school for 10th through 12th, and then, college and all that stuff. But so like, like homeschool time is such a different beast than school time, particularly since we had like after school activities all the time and stuff. So I didn't really read for fun as much during high school / most of college. And then I got back into reading in 2020, like this pretty much like in August after I graduated college. And I remember the exact book that did it. It was A Heart of Blood and Ashes by Milla Vane, which is this like fantasy romance from before Romantasy was a thing. Kind of like grimdark. I think people said that if you liked Daenerys and Drogo's relationship from Game of Thrones, sans the yikes-y parts.
Yes, the bits that are a little more on the assaulty part.
Questionable side, yeah.
Questionable questions of consent.
Yeah. Like, it's definitely like a sort of grim, dark world, but their relationship is pretty consensual on that front. So,
okay, if anybody else wants to answer, please jump in. Meanwhile, Stormy is saying that she came upstairs and now she's watching Lake Placid 3.
Is that a horror film? That sounds like a horror film.
I believe the Lake Placid, I've never seen any of the Lake Placid movies. I don't know why. I believe it's a lake monster situation. Wyoming says, my brother used to read me library books when I was 4. Oh, yeah, I remember you were able to communicate that yesterday. Your brother's name is Roy, I think. Yay, Roy!
Yay, Roy!
Oh, and I have another stuffed animal here. This.
Oh! Is that a little hedgehog?
It is a hedgehog. His name is Rupert von Eagle, because eagle is the German word for hedgehog.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get my 2 that are currently out.
Okay. Storm says crocs in the lake. Are they big monster crocs though? Because I remember there was something like monstrous about them. I don't know why I've never seen those. Seems like it would be up my alley. I have to get on that. She says crocs, crocodiles.
Ah, okay. So not very placid lake then, I take it.
I think it's an ironic title.
Yeah. So this is Graham.
Hey, Graham.
So I think we named him Graham because he looks so much like a Teddy Graham, but in like stuffed animal form. And this is a video game character, Kirby.
Is he
Little
part of the
pink
whole
bubble.
Pokemon business?
He is no. It's like also a Nintendo property, but this is like a platforming character, like kind of like Mario. Um, but yeah, he has a whole bunch of like his whole deal is that he's like an alien who can like inhale other entities and copy their abilities. And one of the goofy abilities is like you can copy the sleep ability. So like, and then he enters this like sleeping animation, which is
Oh, is that like
completely
a
useless.
is that like
Yeah.
a sleeping cap? Oh, I get it.
Yes. So yeah, my mom got me this for Easter once, and I was like, "Oh my god!" So this is my Kirby, and this is Graham.
Nice. Nice to meet you, Kirby and Graham. And Storm says they are well fed. LOL. I think she's referring to the Crocs. And
Oh
Wyoming
yeah,
wants to know Lake Placid, is that the movie where Betty White does a cameo? Betty White did a lot of cameos, so I wouldn't be
she
surprised.
was
And she
down
says
to clown, which is
she
really
was
delightful.
definitely. She was, yes, the first one has Betty White in it. She is the one that feeds the Crocs and takes care of them. Are they named Sophia and Blanche and Rose?
Oh
Or
my
even more
god.
tellingly, Estelle, Rue, and what was the other?
Oh my
Beatrice
god.
Arthur.
I feel like they would have gotten in copyright trouble if they did that, but I wish.
Well, yes. Anyway, so I don't know. Some of you were here on, I think it was Wednesday when I was talking about how I'm tracking my books, my reading these days.
Mm-hmm.
And, I have Goodreads and Storygraph for the titles.
Mm-hmm.
And what I decided to do based on a library program, although I have refined it somewhat, that I did over the summer is I've decided to start keeping track of the hours I spend reading or the time I spend reading. And so this I started on August 16th and it took me up to September 7th.
Okay, what do the colors stand for?
I'm glad you asked. This peach color, pinky peach color, those are books that I actually physically own. And gray is, what is gray? Oh, gray is reading I do online, mostly fanfic, commentary, and long form reporting that I read. And green is, what is green for? Those are for library books. And purple is for ARCs.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And I have started this. I started on the 8th of September. And each square represents an hour.
Gotcha.
And sometimes, okay, I'll show you a second. Okay, so far I only, because it's only been a few days, I only have 2 colors on here. And I switched colors because I wanted to go for a more fall palette. There's the key. I have the green, that's for online reading, specifically fan fiction and journalism online. The brown, those are books that's for books that I own. And eventually I'm going to be using yellow for ARCs. And orange for Kindle Unlimited. And blue, this is kind of looks grayish blue, but it's actually a very nice sky blue because that's what we get a lot of in Connecticut in September. And that is going to be for library books. But so far, it's all been online and books that I own. And Wyoming says, thank you, Stormy. I love Betty. Betty was pretty awesome. And Stormy says, me too. She was great. Yeah, she was.
Yeah, she was fun.
I mean, she was friends with John Steinbeck. How many people can say that? Well, probably a lot of people who were alive at the same time as John Steinbeck, but still. So, do we want to talk about some of the books we've read so far that fulfill prompts?
Sure. Okay, so I don't have your color coding, though I have God, my bookshelf Excel situation is so many different things. Like I have like named books, I have categories, ebook, audio, and I have like a page for like reading log basically. So As I said, my strategy for tackling this challenge was basically like work smarter, not harder. Just like get through as many prompts as possible, as fast and efficiently as possible. Because there's no word count on this challenge or page count.
Right.
So, you could read a 600-page book, or you could read like a 100-page book.
Yes. There is a prompt for a book that's over 400 pages, I think.
Yes, there is one, which is probably what I'm going to start when we do sprints. But I think I put this in the Discord somewhere that like I found this like reverse harem series about dragons. So it's I think it's called the Renegade Dragon series by Laura Greenwood and Arizona Tape. So there were 3 of those. So I was like, oh, I can do dragon, and then the other dragon, and then the hero with wings. All 3 of them were covered. So I did that. Oh my god, weirdest like pick I've got was this book called Orc Bot by Emma Allison Faye, which check your content notes. The reason that I picked it was I was like, do I even have an orc book? And it was like the one orc book, and I was like, all right, we're gonna try it. Why not? Liked it way more than I thought I would. So that one was not gonna be for everyone, but yeah. I think my biggest dud so far, set in an orchard, I was like, what am I gonna do? No, none of my books have orchards in them. Surprisingly difficult one. So I ended up reading a classic, which was Kill Many of the Orchard by L.M. Montgomery, the lady who did Anne of Green Gables.
Right. That's big nope.
It's wild when you're like, oh no, you like hated Italians. Of all the people, like the people who brought us pasta.
Oh,
come on.
Goodness.
Well,
it's just like
Italian
you get
blood,
weirdly
like,
nationalistic.
Oh.
Yeah. Hang on, Storm's got a comment here. Let me see if I can pop it up there. She says, so this challenge you all are talking about have to do with reading monster romance or any genre? It does not have to be romance. It's like a main character situation. So if you read a book like this book that I read, it did have a romance element, especially in the sequel. But I read this book, Reboot by Amy Tintera, YA dystopia from 2013, and the sequel's from 2014, and it was just the 2 books, is about these characters are teenagers, and what happens is they die one way or another, and then they're brought back to life. And so for anywhere from a few minutes to several hours. And so that Terry assured me that counts for zombie, that they don't have to act the way traditional zombies. She's like, zombie is just in the sense that they were dead and then they were not dead. She said, like, you could read the New Testament. She's like, because of the resurrection. So it doesn't have to be a romance. It just has to have a main character that fulfills various monsters. However, there are other prompts that have to do, it's the fall reading challenge. So there's read a book set in an orchard, read a book that takes place in fall. I don't read a book that has a hot beverage on the cover, that kind of thing. So yeah, it's in the Tea and Biscuits Discord if you want to find it there. So yeah, this is the one I did for zombie.
Yeah, I think also if it's not a romance, I think it might not necessarily have to be a main character. Like if you read a fantasy book,
no, they have to be the main character. It has to. There are a couple that are like, there's a prompt for ghost, and the ghost has to be a main character, but there's also one for involving a ghost where the ghost doesn't have to be the main character. But as if it's just ghost or just zombie or just orc or whatever, that has to be a main character. But if it says involving a ghost, then yeah. So that was actually my ghost was, let's see if I can find the cover to this. There we go. It was Ghost of a Chance by Catherine Gerbera. And this I read as an ARC. I think it's coming out on the 30th of September. And I didn't really like it very much. It had a really promising premise, but the delivery was just not there.
Is that very lighthearted? Afterglow books?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. those can be hit or miss. I've had some that I really enjoyed and others not so much. So that one was not so much. I saw the challenge, but didn't know it had to be, if it had to all be romances. No, it doesn't. And let's see, I don't have it with me, but during midweek motivation, I've started doing this thing where I read an entire book during the midweek motivation and kind of update people as I go.
Mm-hmm.
And so I used one of those that I'd already read, Storm by Vanessa Grant, as my book under 200 pages.
Nice.
Stacy says, I just listened to Wuthering Heights on Hoopla for gothic romance, which is always heavy. Now I need some upbeat HEAs. Well, takes place in an orchard. I read a Honeycrisp. What is it? I keep forgetting.
A Honeycrisp apple.
I know it's the words Orchard Inn and Honeycrisp in some kind of order. Let's see. Honeycrisp Orchard Inn. I have a Paperwhite. I don't have a color Kindle, so because I mean, yes, it would have been nice, but it also would have been like an extra $100. And do you know how many library sales I could hit up for $100? Anyway, I really, really liked this one.
And no evil Italians in it, I take it.
No.
Yay!
Nobody is described as being sinisterly swarthy or anything like that.
Yeah.
That one's next on my list, says Stacy D. It is very, it's got a rough start because, I mean, and this is just in the first like 15 pages or so. She loses her boyfriend, whose name is on the lease. So she also loses her house or her home and her job.
Oh.
That's as rough as it gets for her. And it is rough. I'm not going to lie about that. But things pick up for her pretty quickly. And that counts for small town, takes place in an orchard, takes place in the fall. Yeah, that counts for a lot of them. I used it for orchard because I wasn't sure how I'd be able to get on that. Wyoming says, that's the one B likes, correct? Yes, B liked it. And it's by Valerie Bowman. And she actually interviewed Valerie Bowman on her, on one of her lives. So if you haven't seen that already, that's on B's channel. Mama Needs to Read Our Romance. Let's see. There's another one I read. I mean, another one that I fulfilled. But I can't remember what it was.
My Regency pick, which I absolutely adored, was Scandal Wears Satin by Loretta Chase, which is the second book in the Dressmaker series, which is just like about these sisters who own and run a dress shop, and they are like mercenary and scheming and like and completely unapologetic about it, and it's delightful. And it was so much fun. And of course, it is the one book of the series I don't own, so I mean, I've gotten it and it's in transit now. But like I read yesterday, which I think fits the most prompts, or could fit the most prompts, is this book called A Ghost in Amber by Anne Renwick.
Ooh. It didn't even occur to me that I could put these covers on my phone and you'd be able to see them in color.
Well, I guess it depends on what you're using to stream your thing, but yeah. So delightful. So this is, oh god, it fits so many things. So it's like the setup is like she is a researcher. She's like trying to get to this guy's house. She like got invited to this Halloween party. So set during Halloween. Gets invited to this guy's Halloween party. Unfortunately, he has this freak accident situation happen. And she's like, no, I gotta get there and like investigate. Ends up traveling back in time to said guy's uncle, who's been like reliving his murder over and over again for years. And so they're trying to break the cycle of it. And super fun. So yeah, it fit like a ton of different prompts because he
How
is
long
like
is
a ghost.
It's
like under 200 pages.
Nice.
Yeah.
Is that available on Kindle Unlimited or?
I think I got it off of Kobo, but I feel like it's probably not super expensive. So it fits a ton of things, was very fun, kind of wacky. I had a good time with it.
Okay, and Stacy says, right now I'm reading Daring and the Duke, Sarah McLean for Second Chance. Nice. Oh, so let's see, I have Reboot, Ghost of a Chance, Honeycrisp Orchard Inn. Storm by Vanessa Grant. There should be a couple of others. Oh, Monster in My Closet. There should be another one, and I can't remember what it was or what I thought it would fulfill. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got my act together. It's true. Okay. So yeah, and then this afternoon,
like all the notable ones, I think, because like I feel like there are 30 bajillion Cinderella and Beauty and the Beast. Like you toss a rock, you'll run into one of them. Like,
well, Megan had recommended something by Christy Caldwell. Oh no, that was Ghost. No, it was Terry who recommended. I don't know why I'm sitting here trying to think of it because I downloaded it because it's on Kindle Unlimited. Oops. From Maid to Duchess by Regina James or Regina James. I don't know how she rolls on that one. And that's only like 60 pages and it's a Cinderella retelling.
Nice.
And it's on Kindle Unlimited for those of you who are subscribed. But I was thinking I might read that. And I have the Megan one that she recommended by Christy Caldwell for Ghost. And I think that's still under 200 pages. It's, let's see. My Heart Forever by Christy Caldwell. It's like book 22 in some series she writes.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to update. Stop bugging me. Anyway. How long are you, my friend? About 100 pages, I think, because it says page 9 is 9%. I think that's how math works.
Mm-hmm.
But I think today I might actually be reading one of my newly acquired Silhouette Shadows books.
I have one Silhouette Shadow.
I didn't even know they existed until I found a couple at a used bookstore here in Connecticut, and then I ordered some from eBay. And that I actually opened those on Midweek Motivation just on Wednesday because I was going to read a book, but it was just like not great. It was not great. So I decided to, instead of recapping this book that I didn't end up reading, I decided to do a little holly haul. So I have a couple. I have some. These are the couple that I pulled for today, because this is Shadow of the Wolf by Rebecca Flanders. That is apparently it is a werewolf deal. Whoops. And Gwen is just reminding us that we cannot double dip. Yes.
Yeah. No, I was just saying that like you could use that for a bunch of different ones if you want.
Yeah, like Honeycrisp Orchard Inn, you could use it for. I think there's Halloween. I think part of it takes place on Halloween. Fall. Set in an orchard, small town. You could use it for any of those prompts, but you'd have to pick the one that you wanted it to be for. Mm-hmm. And Stacey D says, I've been meaning to read Eloise James fairy tale series for a while, so I'm going to read those for Cinderella and Beauty and the Beast retellings. Well, I'm going to read the 60-page one for Cinderella. So I have the werewolf book. At least I hope that's what it is. And I have The Haunting of Briar House. Those are the two I was thinking of reading this afternoon.
That crow is so cute. Aww.
And you know, I pair books with scented candles. And I have this one, Haunted House.
Nice.
Which I might if I read The Haunting of Briar Rose, I might set that on fire. And I also have this one that is A Fall in Connecticut. And it is a local chandler over in Andover. My mom, I think, found them on Etsy, but I'm not sure. But she ordered them for me last winter. And it's a set of 5. So you had fall, winter, spring, summer, and Christmas in Connecticut. And it really does smell like fall in Connecticut. It really does. It reminds me of Bath and Body Works used to have this candle. I don't know, maybe they still do, called Gather. And that's one I really like especially for fall. And I started burning it around August one year. And then like at the beginning of October, I got out of my car one morning and breathed deep. And I was like, oh my gosh, that really does smell like that. So it's just like leaves, just a hint of like burning leaves, like a little wisp of smoke and apples. It's like, oh, that's my driveway, for a few weeks in mid to late fall. It's amazing. I have some leaves turning on the tree outside, but before I started the stream, I tried pivoting the camera so that people could see it, and the light was just so bright that it just looked like I was trying to show off that we're in the middle of a nuclear attack, which we're not. So yes, I have these two books. You said you were going to start one that is over 400 pages.
Yeah, so the one I need to read this for a Romantasy book club in person, which is Rebel Witch by Kristen Ciccarelli. This is the final book in this duology that's like sort of loosely inspired by the Scarlet Pimpernel. She's like a witch socialite who's like trying to get witches out, and he's like a witch hunter situation. I actually like the first one way more than I thought I would, so excited to finish this out because it's a duology. Those are really rare in Romantasy.
Yes! Like I said, now, of course, this is from a while ago, from over a decade ago, but that was a duology.
Yeah, it's like, wow, you can stop a series. You can do it. So that's like one of my options. And I'm not sure about like other like things. Because like I haven't read a category in a minute, and I'm like, you should read the categories you collect at some point in time. So this is a like hidden identity one that came out this year. They're both I think they both end up trying to like highwaymen rob the same carriage on the same night. As you do. This one is like the only like true fall book I have, which is a special edition. I think this came Falling for the Competition by Darby Baham. So this came out last year.
What line is that?
This is special edition.
Oh.
The only hot beverage on the cover book I own is this YA I remember reading when I was a kid. So I'm like, maybe I should reread this one. It seems like
it was funny. I was going through. I have all these contemporaries with the cartoon covers. And I was like, it'll be easy to find a hot beverage. I went through all of them, and I finally found one in the sports romance section, The Graham Effect by El Kennedy.
Yeah, it's way harder than you'd think it. Like, the problem is, like, I don't collect like many cozies. I feel like it'd be really easy to find in cozy.
Oh yeah,
but like, really hard.
Hang on, we've got Gwen has a scent note for us. Oops, I thought it was showing it. There we go. I'm burning vanilla and long long. Ooh, that sounds really nice. Oh yeah. Long long was super popular in the 90s. I don't see it as often these days, but
I think it's like often used as like a combo with other candles. Yeah,
that too.
Other scents now. It's not like a solo.
Like she's got it with vanilla. That sounds really, really nice. And Wyoming says, one of my favorite smells, I call it campfire cologne. Nice. Well, I have these two. So I've got werewolf or haunted house. And I just, does anybody, you said are you voting for this one because it has the cute crow on it?
I am a goth. I'm such a sucker for like a spooky house in a gothic. Like,
I will read it and I will update folks as we go.
I hope I don't steer you wrong.
Well, actually, this is it is. I don't know if I'll be able to finish it today. I'm going to go for a while. I mean, until everybody gets sick of it, until I get tired or everybody gets sick of me and starts running away. It's 248 pages. It was published in 1993.
Oh, nice.
Wyoming says, yes, a haunted house. Oh, okay. So there's I'm sensing some enthusiasm. And I need
to know if she's running from that crow, you know?
I'm reading Lawrence Barbarian by Ruby Dixon. It's my alien book. I assume that's part of Ice Planet Barbarians. They all have barbarian in the title, don't they? I don't know. I've read some of them. I enjoy them.
I don't know. It could be. It's probably at least in that series, like world
Yeah.
overall. But I think that she like changed up some of the names because I think they used to be like barbarian was the first word, and then you had the other.
Barbarian's
So
Pride.
maybe it's like one of the sequel series.
Yeah. Either way, I'm excited because I have enjoyed the Ruby. Actually, I did not like Bull Moon Rising by her, which was outside of Ice Planet Barbarians and Not Hoth and all of that. It was more fantasy, and I have to be in exactly the right mood for fantasy, and I was not. Anyway, this is a spooky blend of pumpkin, nutmeg, and vanilla rum.
Ooh.
When somebody I was waving this around the other day, and somebody was like, "What is it?" I'm like, "It's pumpkin and maybe bourbon." Okay, right idea, wrong booze. But so,
oh yeah, the Ice Home series. I think that is the sequel series.
Ice Home. Okay, and this is where I set this bad boy on fire. I should have left my protective glasses on. And it's lit, yo.
Beautiful.
Nice. So, do we want to go for like a full 45 minutes, an hour, half an hour? What do you think? What do you want to do? Do you have any opinions?
I tend to like need to get into a groove, so I would lean towards the longer times. But yeah.
Okay, how do folks feel about a full hour? Or is that too much? Do people want to take an earlier break at like 45 minutes? Let's see if anybody has anything to say about that. The democratic process, so I don't have to take responsibility for a decision. Okay,
No break, keep going.
No break, keep going. 45, says Gwen. I'm kind of more inclined for 45 than a full hour myself because.
Cool. Let's do that.
Okay, so that'll take us up to
42.
Well, you know what we could do maybe is round it to the hour and then 45. Just
sure.
Because right now it's like 57 minutes past the hour. So if we go to 45 minutes past the next hour, it's a little bit more than 45, but it's not a full hour. So
cool.
Okay. Awesome. Whoa, what did I just do? I almost shared my screen and there's nothing there. Sprinting until, whoops. Okay, so 45 minutes past the next hour. So just a smidge bit more than 45 minutes. No break, nope. I don't know. No break. I can't do no break. Gonna have to be a break. Okay, I'll see you in about 40, little more than 45 minutes.
All right, cool.
And we're back. Hi, everybody. Oh, Lisa's here. Nice. Okay. Wyoming still says no break. I'm not sure if she doesn't want to break from reading or she doesn't want to break from chit chat. And Lisa, the lost coffee mug. Hey, everyone. I was napping and finally up. Well, I definitely support napping. And I may not have seen, but you were on the job. Saying hi to Lisa. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. You were so quiet.
Oh, yes. I was just saying yes.
Okay. And Lisa says we didn't do too much today. We didn't do much today as we had storms in the middle of the night that were bad. Ooh, no fun. So we all ended up sleeping off and on. I'm just now working on the blanket I'm making for my sister. Very nice. That also means tomorrow will be super busy. And Storm says, Lisa, that sucks. I hate it when storms keep you up all night. It was also just very out of the blue and random, Storm. Well, I made some progress. I'm on page 84. And you?
So all the books I showed off. I didn't read any of them. I did get through 80 pages of Surprise Reunion with His Cinderella by Rachel Stewart. This is part of the Harlequin romance line. And so it's Second Chance.
Nice.
They both
I think there's His Christmas Cinderella or something like that on NetGalley that I can read. That's from Harlequin because I'm automatically approved for Harlequin, that I might be able to read. But I was also, there was the Cinderella retelling that Terry was talking about that's only 60 pages. So there was.
Yeah, no, I'm not reading this for Cinderella. I did a different Cinderella, but
you said Second Chance. So
yeah, Second Chance. Yeah, they were fell in love as kids. She ran away from their engagement party because his parents were like, boo the poor. And now she's rich and they both paid for this rich person dating service that matched them up together for a week. So that's cool.
Well, I got a very adorable text from my ProTech, which is the shop that does my car repairs for me.
Mm-hmm.
And they're having something called Shocktober, where you can get their discounts on maintenance and repair on shocks, struts, etc. But look at the picture.
That's so cute.
Is the cat has all kinds of wrenches and screws and stuff. Nuts and bolts, literally. So yeah, okay. This birdie on the cover with the key, I don't know if you can see he's carrying a key in his beak, off his beak. He is named Edgar.
Oh, good.
And he lives in the house, and he is housebroken.
Wow,
so
that's
he
impressive.
Will fly out to do his birdie business and come back once he's finished. Stormy says, listening to Murder at Rose Hill by Victoria Thompson. Bittersweet read as it's the last book in my favorite historical mystery series. Author passed away last year. Well, you can always go back and start all over again. The books may be same, but you're different. I guess. So, yeah. And I'm still enjoying my peach beverage.
Oh, nice. Wonderful. How's the candle?
I know. I was thinking I might have some coffee and a Hermit cookie. Hermit is like this New England soft molasses cookie with raisins and stuff in it. And I posted a recipe for it in Tea and Biscuits in the food and drink part because I was talking about it yesterday. And B was like, what is that thing? And I described it. And I said, I get mine from Big Y, which is a regional grocery chain. And I said, but I'll post a recipe so people can see what it is. But I'm actually not even remotely hungry, and I'm not very far down on my peach drink.
Mm-hmm. So I was just looking up Victoria Thompson, and she wrote some like Western romances back in the 90s before she moved to writing like gaslight mysteries, which is fun.
Oh, was it under the name Victoria Thompson?
Looks like it, yeah.
I wonder if I
Yep.
have any. My Westerns are downstairs, but my Goodreads is in another tab.
She also had a series called Counterfeit Lady, which seems like it was also maybe historical mystery series. Have you read any of those?
Blue Jean Baby, Counterfeit Lady. It's a little bit of Tiny Dancer.
I have one of her historicals. Okay.
Nice.
That's nice.
Let's see. I don't know. I might as well.
Can you tell us which title it is? So I can pull it up so we can all see it. Because they're very pretty covers.
Let's see. I have. She says she has the first one from that series. I assume she means Counterfeit Lady. The book I have by Victoria Thompson is A Wild Texas Wind. It's called Wild Texas Wind because they hit that chili.
Yes. Okay, yes, I see it. I'll hold up here.
It's called Wild Texas Wind because they hit the chili a little too hard on the trail. Chuck Wagon chili will do that to you. She says, I want to say Playing with Fire, but I'm not sure. So Wild Texas Wind is the first of the series called The Tates of Texas.
So this is the cover. She's got this like gorgeous blue dress on.
Yeah, it's from the first book in the Tates of Texas. And all of the titles start with or have the word wind in them. Wild Texas Wind, Winds of Destiny, Winds of Fortune, and Winds of Promise. And Lisa says, I know you mentioned this before, Storm, but did she plan the ending to the Gaslight series, or did it just end because of her death? Interesting question. She wasn't particularly old. She was born in 1948. She died about a year ago. So, anyway, so yeah, Edgar is the housebroken raven, and yeah, so we've got various shenanigans. Our leading lady is an orphan who she thinks she's all alone in the world, and she's just now learned, just before the break, she learned that the woman who has been taking care of her since she was a little girl, so since she was 5 years old, now she's 20, so for the last 15 years, is actually her grandmother, her biological grandmother, and she did not know that. And she's kind of like, and her mother left her a letter, and she's in danger, and she needs to leave the house right away. But she's like, no, I must process. They're like, no, you need to leave the house, like now, today, before your 21st birthday, and you need to leave. And she's like, no, I must not. And well, are you at least going to, the letter from your mother explains it all that we just gave you. Are you going to read it? No, I'll take it, but I'm not going to read it because I must process. She doesn't use the term process, but that's what it is. Stormy says, I will find out I will find out as the last book is what I'm currently reading. She had cancer, so I'm hoping maybe she knew this was the last one. I have the Seven Sisters series by Lucinda Riley, and it's about these sisters who were all adopted under differing circumstances, and they run all over the place trying to figure out their families of origin. Stormy says, there's one thing I'm hoping she does by the end of this last book in regard to a couple of side characters. Anyway, Lucinda Riley, so she wrote the Seven Sisters books, and she had esophageal cancer, and she died fairly young. I mean, she's like in her late 50s, I think. and she had notes for just like all these 7 women who were adopted by this wealthy old coot. And she had notes and had started writing a book about the wealthy old coot. And her son ended up taking her notes and finishing it.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So I have the entire series, including the one that her son finished for her, but I haven't started it yet. But I do want to do that.
Yeah, I think a somewhat similar thing happened with Anne Perry, who also wrote like a lot of historical mysteries, like the sequel series to her like big one. Like she died before it got complete, but there was like a sub author who like I think finished out the last couple of books.
Was she the one that the movie Heavenly Creatures was about?
I don't know.
Because Heavenly Creatures, it was a movie made by Peter Jackson prior to Lord of the Rings about these girls in New Zealand. One of them was played by Kate Winslet, and one of them grew up to be a mystery writer, and I don't know if it's Anne Perry or somebody else.
It is. I think it's Juliet Hulme. Oh, that is. Oh my God, it is her. That's wild.
Yes, that's the case where she and this other girl like murdered somebody as teenagers.
Insane.
Later, as an adult, she moved away to the UK and became this person who wrote mysteries.
That really, because I read the first one of the series earlier this month for like the female detective prompt, and that just adds a lot of interesting dimension to who did it in that book.
Like, oh my goodness. I know when I realized that it was the same person, I was like, oh my goodness. Oh wow.
First-hand account, I guess.
Lisa says, I just heard about that last week, and I was like, that is wild.
Wow. Huh.
Mind blown.
Well, I suppose it's easy to separate the art from the author when they're no longer around.
Yeah, I guess.
Wow.
And now you know the rest of the story.
Yes, we are talking about Anne Perry Storm. Yeah.
Yes, we are talking about Anne Perry. Grass does not grow under Stormy's feet. When MC Beaton died, she left notes on the Hamish Macbeth and Agatha Raisin books.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so they could continue. Well, what about V.C. Andrews? So many books from Beyond the Grave.
Another person who wrote mysteries and historicals. Like she had a whole career as I think a couple of different pen names, but the one I knew was Marion Chesney. She wrote a ton of regencies.
Yeah, that name is familiar.
Mm-hmm.
Stormy says, okay, I knew about that. Not read any of her books, but she is on my list.
Yeah, I've read these. This is Marion Chesney. These were faucet crests. They were very short, but they weren't technically like in lines like that, I don't think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I have a book that has similar font. It says A Regency Romance, and it's short, and it might be from the same publisher.
Could also be Jove, because Jove also had regencies like this too.
Well, during the next sprint, I'll go get it and find out. And speaking of fun books and stuff, I am kind of decided that I am relaunching Book Talk with Sock, but I'm going to do it in a less structured way because having a specific genre to look into or something that it was too much prep and it was too stressful for me. So I think I'm moving it to Thursday. So I think every other Thursday I'm going to have a different person who, if I can, round up people to join me and talk about books, collecting, reading, and so on. And next Thursday on the 18th, it is in fact going to be the very lovely Stormy.
Amazing.
Yes, she agreed. I have Annabelle from MC Beaton. It's about this doll and Annabelle the horror series, It's about this haunted doll.
Yeah, she had
But by
a
Anne
lot of
Farrell.
pen names. Yeah, this was one of Beaton's pen names. Very Jane Ann Krentz-esque of just like, you have how many? I feel like every once in a while I come across a new Jane Ann Krentz pen name, and I'm like, how? How did you keep up with this?
Well, that's the thing this is like kind of like there's somebody else I was reading about. Oh, I don't know.
I think Nora
I'm
Roberts had a couple
really wondering what the deal is with this house and this lady. And it started with SA, but still, I need to look for some books to show off. LO. Oh, well, if you want to, I have some recent acquisitions that are some like vintage Harlequin type stuff. So if you want to talk categories, we can talk categories. Just anything you want to show off. Talk about, or different types of things. Doesn't have to be romances, doesn't have to be categories. It can just be any books that you particularly like having and that you think are cool, that are fun to show off, or that have an interesting acquisition story, or just whatever. Just grab some books randomly and talk about them. It's up to you. If you want some other ideas, we can DM about that to your heart's content. And Stormy says, doing my 2 on Tuesday, I'm coming across so many authors with so many pen names. 2 on Tuesday. What's that? We could just make something up. Does this mean Tuesdays I have to eat 2 cupcakes instead of 1? I was talking to my sister today about pen names. It's crazy, says Lisa. I know. No.
Yeah, I don't feel like there are still people who have them, but it's not, like the whole deal with it was that people couldn't take their names elsewhere, like back in the day.
And some of it too, though, was people who wrote different kinds of things. Like if they wrote contemporaries, they do that under one name. If they wrote historicals, they do that under a second name. Sometimes it was the non-compete clause. I show off 2 books from my collection. Oh yeah, I'm so far behind on watching videos on YouTube. It's absurd. So yes, I need to start paying more attention. Clearly. I research a little about the authors to talk about. Nice. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. That sounds interesting. Yeah. So do we want to do another 45 minutes, or do we want to go all the way to the top of the hour?
We can do that. That's fine.
That's like 58 minutes. But I got to know what's happening here. Like, are you going to actually read the letter? Are you going to pay attention to the people who are telling you your life is in danger? I mean,
gothic heroines do love to just jump directly into the red flags.
Well, and just to be like, if they're saying you should get away from the house, and she's like, I have to finish this scarf. She makes like custom scarves for rich people. And it's like, well, I'm not sure why you can't take it with you.
Yeah, just put
and
that
also
in a basket and go to the motel.
Go stay in a freaking motel. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. That versus your life. Time to fix suppers. So a long one is good, says Stormy. Oh, nice. Should we take bets? I bet she's not going to listen. I already know she's not listening. We've established that.
I mean, if she left the house, then the house wouldn't be in the name. So.
Well, and the other thing is too, is that I'm only like, I'm just about a quarter of the way through the book. So, if she pays attention and stays in a motel, there's no book. She's out of a job. No, she's going down to the basement, says Gwen. But first, let's split up. Okay. Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and sprint to the top of the hour. That gives us about a little over 55 minutes. And okay, let's see if I can spell sprinting correctly the first time. That'll be, it's already 5. Golly, I thought I was going to be 5 o'clock Eastern, but no, it's already 5. Nice. Okay. I'll see you folks in a little less than an hour.
All right, cool.
Okay, it's been almost the amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
We've lost a couple of people.
Yeah,
Lisa is going out for pizza.
Oh, nice.
And she wishes us a good night. And Stacy, I'm signing off, ladies. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you. Well, thank you. She's gone, but I got myself a snacky snack. I got
Ooh.
the hermit cookie.
Oh, nice.
And I got some strawberries and cheese as well, which I've mostly eaten.
I ate some graham crackers earlier, so. Yeah.
Did Graham the bear join you?
He did not. He was just riding up here.
Oh, well, he's got quite the TBR.
He does.
It's
Yes.
taller than he is.
It's a little daunting.
Of course, mine is taller than I am.
Yeah. So yeah, I got through another 120 pages of this, so I'll be able to finish it tonight. It's cute.
When I went downstairs, I retrieved.
Oh, beautiful.
And it's got this like holographic publisher stamp.
Mm-hmm. Is it zebra?
I believe so. Yep.
Yep. They loved like they feel like they had the most saturated colors of the.
Well, yeah, like I said, this actually is, I don't know if you can tell because there's so much glare, one way or another. But that's actually that this red and blue up here, that's actually holographic. It's actually changing as you shift it around. That's
I think her name is also hollow or like foily or something.
It's foily. It's foily.
Yeah.
And I'm very annoyed. I spent like 15 minutes of that sprint looking for the Regency that was short.
The Christy Carlisle.
I had it I had it just the other day. I can tell you the title if I. Goodreads is always so darn slow for me. Okay. Well, golly. Well, I'm not seeing it, but it's very annoying though, because I had it out just the other day and now I have no idea where I put it. That's why I kept looking for it, after I ran out of places to look. I was just like, I will find it. No, I didn't. But I did get to page 160 something.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is like really much more gothic than it is anything else.
Mm-hmm.
And because it seems like the people are haunted more than the house.
Okay.
And of course, you're running into the issues with contemporary Gothic for 1992.
Mm-hmm.
It's like everybody seems, well, she especially seems super duper naive for a almost 21-year-old in 1992. It's like, and I'm like, yeah, it just doesn't quite work. And also the letter her mother wrote for her, she wrote it when Rose, that's her name in this, Rose was 5 years old. So around 1975 or so, because I guess Rose is my age. She's 21, turning 21 in 1992. I turned 21 in 1991. So the letter from her mother is written in this language that was definitely archaic by the time 1975 rolled around. So,
thou shalt run from the house. Thy dwelling is filled with danger.
And it's like this fairly lengthy letter. I mean, let's just say the amount of practical information that is imparted is disproportionate to the length of the letter.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But it's weird because it's simultaneously too much and not enough. And it's like, do what this lady tells you. And I'm like, why should you do that? I don't trust this. I don't trust this lady. Maybe you shouldn't either.
So it's not great, is what I'm getting.
I mean, sometimes you have to let art just wash over you.
Yeah, that's
and
fair.
not try to make sense of it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not having a super duper unpleasant time, but it's not a book I would recommend people read.
Yeah, it's just like, okay.
Especially since it like they have this thing with like the ritual bride. And so the prologue is like right into that. And within the first 3 pages, there's like essay in a ritualistic kind of way. And also these ritual brides there's a lot of generational incest. Well, intergenerational incest going over the years.
So I assume she's probably the new bride situation.
Yes, although her father was not also her grandfather. He was like a totally unrelated dude.
Well,
but still,
nice.
It's like going back in the generations. The family tree is remarkably scrawny.
It's very Anne Rice.
Yeah. Let's see, are there comments that I'm missing, or are people just vibing?
I don't think so.
People are just straight up vibing, and that's cool. I like that.
I know that we talked a bit about pen names pre-break, and I have acquired this beautiful monstrosity called the Romance Reader's Handbook. So this is by primary person is Catherine Falk, who ran the Romantic Times / RT Book Reviews magazine from yesteryear. Like most known for like basically, I think this magazine ran for like 20, 30 years. Yeah, and it came out once a month, and they like reviewed everything that came out. And also, I mean, not every indie book, but they were one of the publications that actually did indie books in a lot of ways, like even in the early 2000s and stuff. But yeah, this book is basically a collection of pseudonyms of authors.
Nice.
Yeah. So I've not really delved into it much, but I was like, as I go back into like older categories, I think this will be very, very exciting to like.
Because there was like Charlotte Lamb, super prolific with Mills and Boon, republished by As Harlequin Presents in North America. She also wrote historicals, and she wrote some books as Sheila Holland, and she wrote some Sheila Holland, I think, was her actual name. She wrote some historicals as Sheila Coates. There was another Harlequin Presents writer called Sarah Holland, and I thought it was her. It was actually her daughter.
That's so cute. Okay, yeah, here we go. So Charlotte Lamb, you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so according to this, her other pen names were Laura Hardy, Sheila Lancaster, Sheila Holland, Victoria Wolf, and Sheila Coates.
I think Sheila Holland was her actual name.
Gotcha. So yeah, I was like, that's just...
It's a romance reader's mukbang.
Yes, it really is. So I was like, well, this is just great and delightful. So I'm very happy to have this.
Yeah, that's cool. This is coffee. And it has pumpkin spice cream in it.
Nice. Very seasonal.
Very cozy with my hermit. Yeah. So are we ready for another sprint?
Sure. Should we make this our last one, I guess? Because I think I'm going to finish this in the next sprint. So.
Well, yeah, I might. I don't know. If I don't like get sidetracked, if it's a full hour and I don't get sidetracked with BS.
How long is that? I don't know the page limit or like the
250, 248, 249.
Okay. I wonder if it was. I'm guessing it was 50K, like the presents are, but I don't know for sure.
Well, if you hold on a second and you're ready to do some math, oh, it has one of these in it where you can subscribe to Silhouette Shadows. I think that it's like a book club like no other. It's no ordinary book club. And I just think I should write a story about somebody from like today who sends one of these cards in and then starts getting stuff in the mail because it's no ordinary book club. It reaches across time.
I love it.
I should do something with that idea. Let's see. Okay.
Was it in large print?
No.
Okay.
It is, we're looking at 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, about 12 words per line. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 22, 4, 6, 8, 10. And about 38, I mean, if you take into account dialogue tags and so on. 38 lines times 12. Do you have a calculator going?
Yeah, okay, so 12 times 38 is 456 times 250. That's 114,000, so that's definitely wrong. Because categories are not that long. Even historicals like cap out at 9,000 or 90,000. So I'm guessing it was probably maybe like 60K-ish. Because like, so this is a romance. Romances are at 50K, like presents are. But this is large print, and that's why it gets up to 250. The categories are normally like presents are normally like 220 at this size. So I'm guessing it was probably 60.
It could be. Might have been 70. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I'm just confused because it is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 2, 4, 6, 8, 30, 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, 38 lines. Well, actually, it's closer to 39.
Well, I suppose we have to like discount the amount of like ones that just have like dialogue ones that only have one or two.
Yeah, well, that's why I rounded it down. 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay. 2, 4, 6. Okay, maybe it's more like 10. It must have that one line, 10 words per line, because that one line had like short words in it. Because I mean, this is how big the font's not terribly large. Anyway, because back around this time, I'm using this kind of font. Stuff like Harlequin Romance, Harlequin Presents was usually around 180 to 190 pages. And this is a smidge bit longer than that at 250.
Yeah, so probably 70K was my guess.
Yeah, I guess. Gwen suggests someone should send Sarah a copy of that handbook.
Yeah, they're not the easiest to find. I did get it used, obviously, but it was I think it was like $30 or so secondhand.
Yeah,
it's just not very, no one's reprinting it. So
I mean, that information is available online, but it's very diffused.
Super diffused, yeah.
It's hard to use. Sometimes the internet is a little too decentralized.
Yeah.
I mean, I realized that was the whole point of the internet in the first place, was to decentralize information, but
the Fantastic Fiction website is pretty good about having people's like pseudonyms listed under there. But that can still your books have to be popular enough to get there in the first place and since a lot of these are like probably out of print, that's kind of a dodgy thing,
Yeah, but it's a fun artifact in addition to having some usefulness to it.
For sure.
Well, yeah,
What
let's
did
have
y'all
another.
read in the sprints? I was just curious. I think Gwen is still here and Storm is still here. So I was curious if they were what
Actually,
they read.
Storm said,
This one?
"Oh no, oh yeah, she was. I thought she had signed up, but she was just wanted a long sprint. So well, they told us, and now I can't remember.
Oh, it was the historical mystery one, I think.
Yeah,
By the person who didn't do murder. Victoria Thompson. That's it. Well, I hope
Troubled
they can
Youth.
progress with that.
I don't know how long I
Alright.
have to go. 90 pages, I think.
Okay, cool. So we'll both probably finish in the next sprint.
Mm-hmm.
So do you want to go top of the hour again?
That's 45 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess that's enough. Especially if I don't
Yeah.
get sidetracked looking for books that don't exist. Okay, so we're sprinting until that'll be 7 my time.
Mm-hmm.
7 p.m. Eastern. And then we can, I don't know. Oh, Gwen is 35% into Lauren's Barbarian.
Nice.
That's right. Nice. Okay. See you in about 45 minutes, everybody. That's a minute early.
Did you finish?
Oh yeah.
Me too. Woo!
It had all the continuity of a fever dream. I think we're alone now. There doesn't seem to be anyone around.
I love that. Amazing.
Well, this is what happens when you tell people it's going to be the last sprint.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, yeah, I got stuff to do.
Very fair. So, were your final feelings about the Haunting Rose House? What was it called?
The Haunting of Briar Rose.
Mm-hmm.
And covers lie because at no time did Edgar fly with a key.
Oh.
However, he did fly with a pouch that contained an emerald the size of an apricot. Gwen is here.
Hi, Gwen.
Gwen! So, yeah. I actually have a little bit of extra time to fold the laundry that I did yesterday during sprints.
Amazing.
My
Gwen,
hair is
how
kinda...
did you get any farther in Lauren's Barbarian?
Yeah, she was at 35% last we heard.
Mm-hmm.
Are you reading it or listening to it, or how's that working out?
Yeah. I finished this. It was cute. Not as good as the previous book of hers.
Who is it by?
Rachel Stewart.
Ah.
This is the book I read by her last year, Off Limits Fling with the Heiress, and I adored this. I gave this 5 stars. I thought it was great.
What was it called again?
Off Limits Fling with the Heiress. Absolute banger. But
now
this
I'm
was
curious
fun.
about...
Very summery. They're like at some like French adjacent island for most of it, just doing vacation stuff together.
Let's see. Because there was a book I read. Ugh, can't see a darn thing. Mm-hmm. There was a book I read. It was a Harlequin arc. It was by Rachel somebody, and I really, really didn't care for it. Huh, I don't see it now.
I think she's only writing in the romance line. So
okay, I think the one I was trying to read
it wasn't her.
Was here we go. This is the book. Okay, I didn't have it shelved as a book I own, but it is called Wife Errant by Joan Smith. That's the one I can't find. It looks like it's Fawcett. Oh, Gwen says she's listening. Her eyes aren't good at reading, and she's at 45%. Nice.
Oh, I think that's a Fawcett crest. It looks like that's the same font. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't find it, but I had it just the other day, so it's around here somewhere. So, yeah. So, okay. So, yes, I finished this, and I'm not sorry I read it. It's just that it didn't make a lot of sense to me, but that's why I'm going to use it for my Gothic.
Yeah, exactly. For sure. And then
actually, within 20 pages, she read the letter. Like, I think I told you that she read the letter. It was within 20 pages of her finding out about it. So less than 10% of the book. And they did go in the basement. When? I thought of you when they went in the basement. However, all of them went into the basement. There were 3 people in the house. I don't think Edgar went with them, but there were 3 people in the house, and all 3 of them went into the basement. They did not split up. She did not go into the basement alone.
I'll give them that.
They were searching the entire house, and all 3 of them searched all of the house together. They did not split up.
Okay. Fair.
So they had at least a little bit of genre savvy.
Mm-hmm.
And so
nice.
Now all the light's coming from this side because the sun has set, and also we have some clouds. Gwen's laughing. Lol.
And then I got back to reading this. This is like part of the space opera series that I really like. It's called Mouse and Dragon by Sharon Lee and Steve Miller. This is like chronologically early in the series, but they bounced all around. The series is like a disaster if you're trying to actually. I've been reading them in publication order, like on this round. And so yeah, this is like I think the second to last reread I have before I get into new stuff. So, but yeah, it's gonna just like none of them are available. Like the audios aren't available outside of Audible, and so I've been like physically reading them and plugging away at them that way. But yeah, totally.
Stormy says she totally forgot to come back after fixing supper. What is for dinner? I need ideas. I mean, not for tonight. I had my cookie. We have our mom Marionette and I have our big meal at lunch, and she made smoked Gouda mac and cheese. So, and then
ooh, nice.
Well, I mean, it's from a package, but still. Anyway, she's still watching croc movies.
Are you still? Is there a Placid Lake 4, or have you jumped to a new crocodile series?
I think you'll find it's Lake Placid, not Placid Lake.
Oops.
Well, you know, Lake Placid was hosted the Winter Olympics twice.
Oh, no crack incidents.
I don't know if it's the same Lake Placid, but Lake Placid, New York. I think it's the same Lake Placid. I mean, obviously a fictionalized version, but they hosted the Winter Olympics in 1932 and again in 1980. She had grilled cheese sandwich and cottage cheese. That's a lot of cheese. It's an impressive amount of cheese. I mean, of course, I had cheese with breakfast, cheese with my cookie, and mac and cheese for lunch, so I don't really have much. I'm saluting. Anyway, so I still don't know what that terrible book I read was.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure there are several people named Rachel's, or first people with first names Rachel and Harlequin.
Or maybe it was the book I liked that was by somebody named Rachel. I don't know. Oh, and Gwen checks in with she is having meatloaf and salad. Nice. I am on Lake Placid, the final chapter, but then I still have Lake Placid versus Anaconda. I think it's what it's called.
So it's not the final chapter. Why even name anything the final chapter? You know it's not. You're a horror franchise. You never end.
Yes, I know. The final chapter. Never the final chapter.
It's
like the final chapter before, you know, they go out in space. Or it's Freddy versus Jason or something.
Yeah,
it's like,
we get reboot or extra wacky. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, or they'll say the final chapter and you're like, you're lying. You know you're lying. If it makes 5 cents over budget and distribution costs, you know there's going to be another chapter. There's going to be the epilogue. And then there's going to be the appendix. And then there's going to be the index. And then there's going to be the acknowledgments.
Yeah.
I mean,
Lake Placid, the final chapter, Electric Boogaloo, coming to a theater near you.
The Quickening. Yeah, lol. She knows. Well, she watches a lot of horror movies. She knows.
I mean, hey, like we followed the Freddy pattern, right? The final chapter, lol, and then versus different horror villain.
Yeah.
For the last.
I mean, I don't know that they made Freddy versus Pinhead, but you know, I would have just been handing over my money for that.
Mm-hmm. There was a remake of. There was a Hellraiser that came out fairly recently, right?
Well, there's Candyman. I don't know if there was probably, but there's also Candyman.
Yeah, that
was Candyman.
I remember when that new one came out, and I was like, okay, there's a key problem here. This man is too beautiful for the premise. Like,
what
the guy who they cast for the new Candyman, his name is Yahya Abdul Mateen, and he's absolutely gorgeous. And I was like, but people would just
I am sorry, but what are you trying to say about my boyfriend, Tony Todd?
I'm not saying he isn't beautiful, but like, I think the core premise of like, don't say this person's name because they might show up, and I'm like, But like, would some people not willingly make this choice?
Well, yeah, that's what makes it Clive Barker.
Yeah. Yeah.
I remember somebody was, first time I ever heard of Clive Barker, somebody was describing his artwork.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, is he gay?
Yes.
And at that time, it was not known. All this person was doing was describing the artwork. And I was like, is he gay? And he says, I don't think so. No. And then later it turned out, oh, yeah, he's hella gay.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like,
yeah,
yes, my gaydar is so good. I got it from a description of artwork by somebody who didn't think he was gay. I know what's what. I have not watched the new Candyman, as I liked the old one too much, as Tony Todd was awesome. Tony Todd is, yes, I mean, he was also a Klingon on Star Trek The Next Generation.
Mm-hmm.
Tony Todd is the bee's knees, so to speak. Because Candyman and bees.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, Clive Barker's whole deal, as far as I know, because I'm not really a horror person, but Clive Barker's whole deal seems to be like, but what if the guy killing you were like kind of into
it? Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of Anne Rice and vampires. The thing is, here's the thing that's interesting about Candyman. As you know, it's in the Chicago projects, and there's all this racial stuff going on.
Mm-hmm.
In the original story, there was not that. However, it took place in UK, because that's Clive Barker. I think it was Liverpool or Manchester. Mm-hmm. And Candyman, the original dude, was working class. So it was classism instead of racism. So just FYI. And I think the original Candyman might have also been of Irish descent. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The Lake Placid has the guy who played Freddy Krueger in it. Oh, Robert Englund. Is he in the messed up makeup? Because he was in something else just before Nightmare on Elm Street came out. He was in something else, but I can't remember what it was. But it was another kind of classic horror.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say My Bloody Valentine, but I'm pretty sure that was not it. That was a bunch of Canadians.
I keep thinking of Willy Wonka when you say Candyman.
Candyman. I keep thinking of Christina Aguilera. Candyman. But the Candyman it's true. Yeah, Willy Wonka.
That'd be a wild twist if like some kid was singing that song and then got Candyman to show up. Like
either the Christina Aguilera or the Candyman can.
Yeah, Christina Aguilera just pops up in your.
Well, the Christina Aguilera, you do repeat it a few times, but Candyman, I mean, it's the Candyman can, not Candyman. However, what if the record got stuck?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's how they get you.
No, just a guy. Oh, for Pete's sake, I need my glasses. No, just a guy who thinks he can kill a croc and will probably get ate or at least injured. I can't remember. Time for a rewatch.
I feel like if you cast the guy who played Freddy Krueger and you don't at least bodily injure him, you're doing it wrong. He's got to get messed up in some way.
I think the one I always liked was the was it the meta one? Was it Wes Craven's New Nightmare, or was it 4? Where you see where Robert Englund plays a character called Robert Englund, and Heather Langenkamp plays, and it's like them as themselves. I mean, not really, because it's still fictional, but yeah, I think that was 4, or was that Freddy's New Nightmare? Can't remember now.
Anyway. I mean, it does seem kind of nightmarish to be yourself and also faced with the character you play that you will never get out of the shadow of.
That's what makes it so awesome. It was really, really cool. And yeah. So I guess that was our last sprint.
Mm-hmm.
Now I gotta finish folding and putting away my laundry, and I'm just not into it.
Yeah,
okay, but thank you so much for joining me as I burn through my hours. I blew past them long ago, so fortunately StreamYard doesn't cut you off. So
good. Oh, it's just you can't do another one.
If you go in, I mean, from what I understand, if you go in with just 2 minutes left, you could have a 6-hour stream because they don't cut you off. They're just like, you can't start a new one.
I gotcha. Okay. What's
so I was worried that my connection might glitch out or something, but it didn't happen. And
Mhm.
I should reset. I think I reset either tomorrow or Monday. I'm not sure if it's like the 14th, midnight going into the 14th or midnight going into the 15th. I think it's the
I
end of the
gotcha.
day.
Mhm.
And bye. Have a good night, says Stormy.
I
Bye.
Storm. Yeah.
Oh, and now Norton's doing its usual nag him to death. Norton's always got these pop-ups. It's like, oh, just nag me to death. Why don't you? Is that your customer service model? I guess it is. Okay, well, that was very fun. Thank you so much for
Yes.
joining me.
Thank you for having me, and have
Yes.
a great rest of your weekend.
Yes, and if you do sprints, make sure I'll make sure to keep an eye out for if you decide to host some sprints. So that'll be cool.
Sweet. All right.
Bye.
Bye.